Hello, good morning, happy Monday. Hello, Astra. How are you doing today? Hopefully, you all had a great weekend. Hello, Corbob. Hello, Isitsu. How are you both doing too? So I was looking at where we left off, and I remember that one of the last things that I said about this project was, oh, I think we might have to do a merge or something like that. We have delta objects which are based upon previous objects, which is gonna be something. Hello, Albert. How are you doing too? And in other news, I'm slowly going through. I'm getting maybe slightly faster, but still not too fast. Going through videos. So I've got processed a couple videos. We're caught up to January now. So I don't think I've done even the first week of January fully yet, but the first Docker videos are gonna start coming out this week. So that's good. You're implementing a basic version of TCSH, a shell. Oh, T-shell. I was forced to use T-shell for a little bit because there was something I needed to write a script in for that. I don't remember what it was anymore. But yeah, T-shell is, I know a lot of people really like it. Or at least a lot of people liked it back in when I was a sysadmin. It can execute commands from path, current working directory, and can CD. You're implementing environment variable management. Nice. Excellent. That sounds like a lot of fun. I saw new shell came back into the zeitgeist, as it were. And so I might added that to my list of things to check out and think and consider. So that'll be something fun. All right. Now let's jump back into this. So what are we working on? It's this clone repo in our Git client in Rust. And so we want to be able to just do a basic clone. And if we take a look at our logs, the most recent run through that we did, okay, so it ran my Git clone and it cloned this. Now it seems to clone one of 3 random projects, so I can't really I can't get it to pass 100% of the time if I hard code it to a specific project. It has they did their work here. Okay, so it initialized a Git directory. It then does all of this stuff. And then we panic at corrupt deflate stream, which I think, who was it that was also working on this? Isitsu, was this you? Somebody was working on this at the same time as me and ran into the same problem with the Delta stuff, which was specifically type 7. Okay, so it was you. Oh, and we're not recording videos today. I can turn that off. Where is my Nightbot? Timers, disable. All right. Where's my chat again? There you go. Okay, yeah. So it was you. All right. So we need to figure out how far we got, where we went with this. We don't seem to have anything printed out here. Which is, I mean, kind of makes sense. So I guess we'll run this. So let's see, if we do a cargo run, the most recent thing, okay, so we were actually using git sample 3 as our example here. And if we try to create this, okay, so we get a little bit better information here. It panicked at source init.rs. Line 5. Oh, create directory. Probably because the directory already exists. Yeah, already exists. Okay, so that was a different message than they got, but they don't do it with into a folder that already exists. Okay, so here we go. Attempting to handle ref data, attempting to handle OFS data, which are two different types of deltas. And I believe the OFS delta is the one. Oh, I can't remember anymore. It's one of them. Good main panicked. Okay, so it's just main that panicked. I might have to turn on rest backtrace 1 so that I can get a little bit better information. Because if we go to main and we head to line 53, we're pretty much just going to say run the clone function and then go ahead here. So what do I want to do to... We have a couple... You know what? We can just turn on a rest backtrace. Nope, not 0. Turn you on. Okay, let's put get sample 3 into get sample 3. And let's see, the first time it references our function, our code, that's the one we want to look at. So this is all stuff like in panicking. I probably should change this into an expect instead of an unwrap. Okay, so here's main. Oh, so it's backwards then. It's the last one. No, wait. Oh, so we have, oh no, but this is all inside Tokyo stuff. Okay. So I want in my code, please. This is, you know what? This would be a lot easier to read if I made this full screen. Okay, so here's my code, but that's just main, so that's not helpful. All these are in cargo, so they're in Tokyo. And then main. Okay, so that's not helpful. All right, so we know that it's in here. So if we search for every unwrap, oh, there's literally only one unwrap. Let's change this to an expect and put a message in here. Okay, so this is getting commit bytes. And I bet that's exactly what this is. Let's also turn off a rust backtrace because that's just a lot of noise. No, okay. That wasn't it. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, we know that it's not create directory. It could potentially be, okay, we know that, okay, so we got the initialize get directory. So we knew that this worked. Attempting to handle ref delta. which I believe is okay. So here's the attempting to handle OFS delta, attempting to handle ref delta, in which I'm literally doing nothing with those. So those happen. And then it panics. So if we come and find out where are you referenced, right here. Oh, okay. So I think I know what's going on is because the size of these are dynamic. Then when it tries to do something else, it's going to fail now. You'd panic instead of ePrint line there? Which one? Where did I put ePrint line? Oh, in here, panic instead of this? Yeah, that probably works. Panic. So that will panic at attempting to handle ref data. So I believe what's going on. Yashar, hello. How are you doing today? I believe that was what's going on is that we're reaching the part of the file that has delta stuff. And it looks like we actually we get both types. And then we just try to go back to normal stuff, and then it fails because the spacing's all off. So we're attempting, okay, so we're matching on object type. So we basically get our read type and size. So we figure out what the type is. If it's a type, if it's a type like 1, it's a commit. If it's type 2, it's a tree. 3, a blob. 4, a tag. All those are normal and easy for us to handle. The problem then comes in that eventually we hit one of these, OFS or ref or both deltas. And then we need to figure out how to handle those. And I think that's what we were researching last time. And I don't think I put in... Oh, wait, no, I literally put in instructions for myself here. Implement using delta instructions at, and then... this, okay. So we left ourselves a note. Get internals part to pack files. Oh, right, and then we have inside of here, we have deltas. Undeltafied objects, which is what we've already been handling, this commit, tree, blob, and tag. Deltafied objects, okay. So far, we've seen how to find an object in a pack file and read its compressed representation. However, we're still missing the main motivation for pack files, being able to save space by storing one object in terms of another. This is where the offset delta and hash delta object comes in. So I believe that what we're going to start getting is like parts of a file as opposed to the full file. I think. We're going to find out. That's my guess. The idea of a deltafied object is simple. The object is formed by combining chunks copied from a base object with new data. Ideally, the two objects are very similar, in which case only a few large chunks need to be copied and little new data needs to be specified. The only difference between the offset delta and hash delta types is how the base object is specified. A hash delta uses the object's 20-byte hash, where an offset delta specifies its position in the same pack file. using yet another variable length int encoding, this is where I think we're getting messed up, is this one. The offset representation is shorter and makes it easier to locate the base object, but doesn't allow for base objects outside the pack file. We'll start by decoding the offset of an offset delta. So we're first crashing on attempting to handle ref delta. So this one, which is type number 7. Okay, so we'll start by decoding the offset of an offset delta, which do we remember what type? Let's see, is like get internals. There's the plumbing and porcelain, and there was something in here about the types. Maybe like somewhere in Delta. Oh, get pack. I wonder if the book has information on this. Okay, so we have pack files, which gives us, that's what we want. Now we're on transfer protocol. I don't think the ref spec is what it is, but I could be wrong. I apparently did not bookmark this like I should have. Okay, it's also going to be in this document somewhere. Oh, it's literally right here. So yeah, so type 1 is a commit, type 2 is a tree, type 3 is a blob, type 4 is a tag, type 6 is an offset delta, and type 7 is the hash delta. So if we're getting, okay, hash delta is what we're getting. So they name it hash delta here, and then in the get book or get reference, it was called ref delta. Okay, so they're doing offset delta first, I think. Yeah, so we'll start doing the offset delta, which is this OFS delta, so offset delta, which is not the one we're crashing on. So I wonder if we should start with the other ones. We can at least get a little bit further into our code. Okay, so after the offset or hash of the base offset, both deltafied representations contain a zlib compressed stream. So at some, okay, And that compressed stream is probably where we're crashing. Oh, and I think now the first thing for offset, it uses a variable length integer similar to size encoding. However, of course, it's in opposite order because of course it is, which is technically more efficient, but it's also like it's also like a new thing we have to do. Offset is we're going to go into the same file to look at something, but the other one I think is 20 bytes. A hash delta, okay, so the, a hash delta uses the object's 20 byte hash, whereas an offset delta specifies its position in the same pack file. The offset representation is shorter, makes it easier to locate the base object, but doesn't allow for base objects outside the PAX file, so the one we're crashing on right now is the latter. It's the hash delta. Which my guess is that the next byte is going to start with 1, and that's how we know what it is. If it's a 1, well, I guess we already know that, right? Because we know it's a type 7. Oh, so we probably just wanted to get 20 bytes, and let's print that out, which should be the 20 byte hash. Ooh, but do we have the hash? Or do we have the rest of the stream? Can I get another 20 bytes out of here? We have the cursed pack file, right, which is a cursor wrapped around a pack file. Okay, so if I pass that in, which is what I'm doing in the other ones, that's fine. So if I hand you the cursed pack file, which that's the wrong one. What are you reading? Cursor R. Okay, so it's a cursor R, and then the R is this read and as ref. Okay. So maybe before we do our panic, so let's implement this as a to-do instead. Let's try to get the next 20 bytes from this, so that this is gonna be the hash of this, will be the cursed pack file. I want to I don't want to transform it. I want to read, can I read, pull some bytes from the source into the specified buffer. Oh, this is probably, yeah, this is what I need to do. So only related because you said maybe before we panic. Have you seen the interview with the senior Rust developer? I don't think I have. Is it like a I hope it's a comedy skit based upon what you're saying. I let my threads panic for pleasure. Oh, fun. there there are so many bad, is it even puns? Bad I don't know what the right word to explain that is. There's so many of those that are like really terrible, but also like dad level humor all throughout programming. Like it's great. Okay, you haven't seen the actual video, you just watched the Primogen's reaction to it. Yeah, that'll be great. I'll take a look at it after the stream. Okay. So we need a mutable hash, which is going to be equal to, we're going to stuff you, so you're going to be a U8, right? So I want a 0, and we want 20 of them. Do cursed pack file read, and hand it in the buffer. You're gonna need to return a result, which I don't know what that result is yet, so I'll just do that. Okay, so now you know you're going to be U8s. I would love to convert. Can I, with a hash like this, print that out? Will hex work with this? It's like hex encodes as a string the hash. I think this will work. Okay, so if we try to get those 20 bytes out, do we get them? We do. Okay. Now the question is this a commit? Like what does this represent? Before I look at the book, my guess is this is a commit or a file, a blob. This might be a blob. Which, to be fair, is the entire video just with him pausing and interjecting. I mean, that sort of makes sense. I've always, like, I've watched some React videos in the past where the reactors just sort of watch it, and then maybe after it's done, they'll talk about it. I do feel that like pausing in the middle to like discuss things as they're happening is more powerful, like a lot better, at least for me when I'm viewing it, because like, hey, I want to like reference that one thing. I want to have it in my memory, not like to have the entire thing in my memory and then chat about it. Okay, so if we take this, let's start with going to get sample 3, which is I think what we're using here. We have 2 commits. These are the 2 commits. We have 23F and then B52. This starts with 614A. So not any of those. Okay. But it could be a blob, right? Now, I want to say like you can get to blob and then put in a hash. Is that something you can do with GitHub? Kind of. It went to a tree, but it didn't like this. Yeah, it auto redirected me to get sample 3 tree. Now, if I were to, let's do a real clone on this. Nope, that's the, what's move? H. Oh, you don't have any of the things yet because it's just pack and info. Oh, interesting. I would have thought that it would have put objects in here. Hmm. If I try to get right tree. Oh, that still doesn't create the objects. I thought for some reason we're supposed to have that in here. And not just info and pack. I thought we'd start seeing, well, that's gonna make it harder to sort of like see where this comes from. I don't want to have to do a get blob create or create file or whatever it is. You know, there's been a whole thing recently on some React videos not really being anything more than just a video with a camera overlay and that's it. That is very disingenuous. But the actual reaction and stopping and commenting, I think, is additive and in the spirit of fair use. Yes, I agree with that. The other one is like, if you watch something and somebody doesn't like stop it at all and you just watch it, you essentially have no reason. There's no value or reason to now go to that other person's channel and watch their videos. But if you're stopping it and doing all that stuff, I really kind of think it assumes then, oh, you should go watch the original video first, then come back here and then we're going to review it. Then I kind of like that idea more. Okay, So we have the pack files. Info doesn't have anything in it. I believe that this is some kind of blob, right? Now, okay, what if I try to get? Oh, what if I try to get? Were we using Insomnia? Yes, we were, because we have this entire thing. Okay, so if I do our ref discovery, which I think I've now done these backwards. I think this was supposed to be ref discovery, but whatever. Okay, so if I say I don't want this one anymore, I now want this thing. And then this is, oh, that's why it's learning. Okay, so it's the wrong one. I want to get this. So, okay, github.com code crafters, get sample 3, get upload pack. So if I send you, ooh, I get something. I get this back. Okay. It's another pack file. Now, if I do our ref discovery, so if we do get sample 3 again, this is the only thing we get back, right? Is this, and we let's see, that's our size. Okay, then 23F, this is our hash, and so we initially get this, and that gets us that. And then through this, we discover, hey, we have this thing. You reference this thing in the pack. Please now give me this. And I get it. Okay. That's a thing. Okay, that is definitely a thing. All right, so where do I get the pack? Okay, so I do a clone, and we do an init. Oh, right. So we have discover references, and then we have the get commit. And get commit gives me the hash and the repo URI. Okay, so I want to do this again, and I get the bytes back. So get commit. So I wonder if this actually is a commit then, or if this is something else. Okay, get commit. We're going to pass it the commit hash, which is a stir. So, okay. And then the repo URI. So I need that here too. Now, where do we have that? Young Mogul, hello. How are you doing today? You seriously salute dedication. You're up to the mark, even least of audience is watching you. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of people watch on the VODs afterwards, and then I'm hoping that me doing the new cuttings of videos and like making it a little bit smaller. So I'm trying to like about an hour each video from the live streams. That means there's like 6 or 7 VOD videos from each day is gonna make it more approachable and even more can find it. But yeah, no, I totally understand that like a lot of people can't watch live, especially the entire thing. So I try to make it easy to find it later. Now where is... We have target directory, but that's not right. Oh, it's just URI. Okay, so we just have the URI, and we're in the same directory. So URI. Okay. Git commit. Oh, now we have the URI. Can I find... Oh, because your repo URI. We will await $u to get our bytes, and that should be the something. It's a pack file. Right. It's a pack file here. So I should get this. So I should be able to print out the first however many bytes of this. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I should be able to get 12, maybe 13 of these. Okay. So I guess like give me the header. Who knows? I want to slice 0 through like 13. And then we're going to debug hex encode. This is encode is right? I guess I'll encode it first. But I don't know if that's actually right. What are you upset about? Wait, oh, you need to be async function, okay. Unused, okay, so you need to be await and question mark here anyways. It's all good, so we should be able to run you again. Okay, so our header is this. 30, 30, 30, which I believe that's the 0, 0, 0, and then 8. So 0, 0, 0, 8. Okay, that's good. So I should... Oh, and there's the null. There's a null right there. Okay, so if I do this down by 1. So instead of 13, give me 12. And then I want the stir from. Maybe was it string from bytes? Oh, from UTF-8. Yeah, that's right. Is that right? From UTF-8 header. Oh, it's stir from, isn't it? Isn't there a way to do this? Let's see. You wanted to let me know that if I were to teach Rust by creating a full straightforward short form tutorial and also YouTube shorts as well, what's your opinion on this? Yeah, I've been experimenting a little bit with some shorts, mostly just like listening through to the live streams and like anything interesting and then just grabbing those out. So some of them are just sort of interesting, funny things, but some of them I think are more educational type stuff. I do want to do like a full teaching Rust from like the basics, like as your first language type thing. I feel that I need more stuff set up for myself before I can do it right. Because I don't think I'm going to do it very well if I just try to jump into it now. But it's on the plan. I have it on the horizon. It's so I have a internalized, what is it called? Roadmap to get there eventually. And like I'm doing like the Docker course right now is like something that's needed to like help with some of the other courses. So like I am ramping up my course creation too, so that's happening a lot faster. Thank you. And I hope that once we get it, it'll be good. It'll actually help a lot of people. All right. Where did I go to? I'm in here. Oh, right. Okay, so I need to create this from a string. I've forgotten this so many times. Why did I forget this? I thought it was like stir from, right? Oh, there's no stir from. Okay. You know what? This is just testing, right? So it doesn't really matter. Thank you, Young. You're much disappointed that there is no hot dog stand theme for Helix. Is hot dog stand theme an actual thing? Like, is that a thing for other, like, standard stir from ITF8? You invented a new function. Wait, so that doesn't exist? When I saw that, I was like, I really want that to exist. Oh, that's what it was. I have to go from standard stir from for, okay. If I go just stir from, it doesn't get it. If I go from standard stir from UTF-8, that does work, because of course it does. And I can dereference header. And then I think that gets it. And so then I want, let's grab that. And we're going to debug the header. Okay. Oh, it's a bright red and yellow theme. That would be impossible to use. Let's see. Restream is my coding assistant while streaming. Not, I wouldn't say it's a coding assistant necessarily. I'm using Restream, so I'm streaming to Restream, and then Restream is streaming out separately to Twitch and to YouTube at the same time. So that's what I'm using it for. There's a VS Code one. It's a throwback to Windows 3.11. I wasn't coding back then. Like I never did any code. I didn't even really sort of like understand what that was at that time when I had Windows 3.11. But I do remember Windows 3.11. Okay, here we go. This is exactly what we were expecting. Okay, so we have the 0008. So this is the length. So we have 8 NAC new line pack, which I always love how like the size includes the size. So it's like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the first line is 8. And then we start with pack, and then there's a null right after it, and then the pack starts. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, I don't know how to make the chat thing work again, and something I can try to do. Where is it? Not Restream. Where's my YouTube? There's YouTube Studio. Content live. Give me that. Okay, so go live here too. Can I pop out chat? Stop. Pop out chat. Okay. That is big. No, I want this actually popped out chat. Okay, so you close that. Come on, stop. Oh, I can't go any smaller than this. So if I were to put you up here, is that that looks not readable. That's too small, is it? Nope, don't do that. So I do something like this. I should probably, you know what? I should probably figure out how to set up something to maybe like OBS or something through the screen capture. That would be cool. then I can do a little bit more setup of this. So instead of you being full screens, I can like go like this here. And I know there's been some requests for me to like pop out the chat, so let me do that to this chat too, because I don't have that set up anymore in my other OBS. Pop out this chat. That becomes really big. You become the same size here. You start here, and then you go down to this. Then I don't, yeah. Something like that. Can I make that go away? Oh, I can do this. Yeah. Also, now you can see the incoming ad breaks of when they're gonna happen. I can see that a little bit easier too. Yeah. So no, I've got YouTube chat up above, but now I have them both on the same screen, and you can actually just see them next to me. So I do have it on my task list to figure out the overlays and like redo them a little bit, especially now that I have like multiple chats to look at. We have to figure out something. But that's a neither here nor there problem. So we'll do that in a little bit. But okay, ad break starts in around 4 minutes, and that ad break is on Twitch only because reasons. So now you can see the Twitch chats. Sorry, YouTube chat, I put less lines for you, but we have less people chatting on YouTube. If more of you chat on YouTube, I will update that. I could probably just turn off Restream bot at this time if you're watching each other on stream. Which, let me do that really quickly. Nope, I am not apparently logged in to Restream, and I don't have my 2FA set up right now. So okay, never mind. I am not doing that. Okay, cool. Where were we? Right. So we have a pack file. So this, who knows, is a pack file. We're able to get the header from this, but now I create a pack file with the commit and ignore the first 21. Oh, I wonder, okay. No, I get everything but the first. But the last 21? No, I send it from 0 to 21? Oh, and then I could create a new cursor around the pack file. Oh, interesting. Okay, so let's try this. Let's take you. So I want, this is the pack file bytes, and this is just going to be pack file like metadata. Meta. We're gonna do pack file. So instead of commit, we're gonna get pack file bytes. Okay, so hash pack file bytes for this, pack file metadata, pack file bytes. And then I should be able to now debug the pack file meta, and we should be able to see what this is. So if I run this now, there you go. We have our header, signature pack, version 2, object count 1. There's only one object in here. Perfect. Okay, cool. Okay, I think we can work with this. So the next thing that we're able to do, now we create a cursor around this, but I'm not 100% convinced that I need this. Oh, because we can maybe find what type this is. All right. I think the ads are starting any second now. I want to take a quick break. Go grab another water or drink, I guess. Probably not water. Because my previous drink got cold and it's too cold down here to drink cold water stuff. So I'm going to take a super quick break, and I will be back shortly. And if I can find Zilby, I'll bring him down too, as consolation for taking a quick break. So I will be right back. I'm back, and I have a Zilby. And the ad break has ended too, which is perfect timing. Yeah, with OBS or Stream Elements or something, I could probably do overlays. Yeah, well, I use OBS on my Windows computer right now. With the Windows computer being the one that I look up to every once in a while. You want to come over here? Ooh, but that blocks the chat. Oh, so now I have to find a new place for Zilbicam. Where should I put Zilbicam? If I put Zilbicam down here, is that okay? The other things that I can do is I can experiment with smaller windows. I've seen some other streamers do that, where like the code isn't full screen, but they have other things around it. That could definitely, like a theming type stuff. I just don't know what I would do for a theme. Like, I don't really like construction that much, so like Brooks builds like makes sense. There's some things that I don't know if it would like match with Brooks builds, like the name might be confusing to some people, but I could try some anyways. I don't know, but I'll. All right, let us continue. So we have I basically need to do this again. No, do I need to get a cursor? I don't know if I need to get a cursor because there's only one object in here. It's not a bunch of things. So I think I just, yeah, because there's just one object count, just one thing. So I need a, okay, I need a read, type in size. Oh, but this assumes that I have a cursor. This assumes I have a cursor. Okay, so let's create a cursor next. I should create a jump file here because I don't think I... Ooh, and a refdel? That's pretty close. We'll create a cursor with the pack file bytes. I guess this goes over everything here. And then I want to get the type. How do I add that? Okay, I forget how to add this to the jump. That opens the jump list picker. I want to oh, I save it. Nope, I have to, okay, I have to lock first. Now I can save it to jump list. Okay, got it. And then back up here. Okay, now I'm going to read, type, and size and hand it the cursed pack file. Hand it the cursor. All you take is a pack file read. Okay, a reader. So that's going to be the cursed pack file, which I named it cursed pack file, but that's not what I want to name it. You should be named I guess like pack file cursor. Okay, you're going to give me a result. So question mark yet. Okay, that gives me an object type. So I now should be able to, let's build up our debug. We now have type and size. Oh, okay. It's a blob. It is a blob. Okay, so a blob is a specific file. And the size is 1,311 bytes. Okay. Well, that's cool. Siyash, hello. How are you doing today? I'm doing pretty good. We're working through figuring out how to get a commit, how to clone a Git repo from GitHub, which is interesting. All right, so 1311. Okay, so then I want 1311. So that moved. This is going to be the blob contents. So that's going to be an array. I want this to be a U8. So we're going to start with zeros, and you're going to be 1311. So I need the size, which is going to be type and size, get size, expect size missing from when handling ref delta. Okay. Oh, you need to be... Oh, this needs to be set up at compile time. And I know that at runtime. Okay, so I need this to be a vector. So mute vec, we're just gonna make you a vector. Can I set your size? Oh, capacity. Return, no, reserve? No, oh, I think I could do this with vec new, right? Vec new, no, vec with capacity, that's what it is. Okay, so then we're gonna do type and size, get size, expect missing size. Okay, now you're yelling at me because you don't know what you're going to be, but that's going to be fine. We're about to add that in. So now we're going to do our pack file cursor. We're going to read, and we're going to fill it in with the blob. Ooh, borrow move value type. Value borrowed here after move, because I don't actually need you to hand you to debug. Okay, so we got you. This is good. Pack file cursor, read that. Okay, so then I want to, essentially I want to write file out. You're making a REST authentication system like Auth0, but it will be like a software, not a web app, for offline and online usages. But the fun fact is, you don't even know R about Rust. I guess learning while you're doing will be great. Learning while doing is a great thing. I think that's a great idea of going through. Personally, like, I'm not like so into authentication that I'm into that kind of thing. But if you really like authentication, and that's something you're really interested in, then this could be a really good project. And I love Auth0. I think having having like more people sort of like try out, like learn Auth0, or maybe even more projects in that space could be really good. So yeah, I think that'd be great. Let's see. Okay, so now I've read everything into Blob. So I then want to save Blob. I think I want to then just save Blob, don't I? How can I learn about the development related things? You mean about Rust, or I assume about Rust, right? Since you don't want to learn about functions and all. I'm not, okay, wait, what? Now I'm confused. So you don't want to learn about like functions, like how Rust works? But you want to use Rust to build like an Auth0 thing. Because the most problematic thing is to write dependencies. I guess I'm a bit confused now about what's the, like, what is this, like a learning project? Are you trying to learn Rust, or are you trying to like build this thing? Because generally speaking, if you want to build something for like actual production, like it's a big thing, but you don't know the technology you're going to, you're either building it for like learning, or you're building it for like prod, like for actual like development, like people to use, like a product. Generally speaking, trying to do both at the same time is asking for trouble, unless you have experience doing that. But I don't want to learn about functions is concerning to me, because functions are a huge part of Rust. I don't think you were going to really get very far without learning about functions. Unless I'm mistaking like what the project really is. Like that's very possible too. I might just be misunderstanding. Okay, so see, actually a thing I know, 1+1 or something like a function or loop. As I know the thing about writing these, I will just switch. Okay. So basically, you know programming in another syntax. So in another, not syntax, in another context, so another language. And now you want to rewrite the thing, like build it over again, but now in Rust, which to me, that's a great idea. That's a great way of learning, because it's a familiar context in a new language. Yeah, that's actually really common. I see a lot of people doing that, especially in like challenge type settings. This is just like making your own challenge, which I think is great, because now you know exactly what you need to do, and you know if it's done or not. Okay, pack file cursor. We read this. We get the blob. You're just doing your projects and switching to Rust. Nice. Yeah, no, that sounds like a great idea. I should be able to save this now, shouldn't I? I should be able to save this. We have the save file, right? We have saved to disk. We have the content, which is just a U8, so that's going to be a blob. So we have the blob, and then a path. A path. I need to know target direct. Okay, so target directory, which is here. So target directory. I need to hand that to you. Target directories. This is, do I want to clone this? I've been cloning it. Let's just continue with that. Okay, so you're gonna be a path buff. This is gonna be our path, which is a path buff. And we hand you a mutable path. So that's gonna be our path. You need to be mutable probably. Save to disk. Okay, just return to result. So we'll just question mark you. And then that should save this to a disk before crashing. Okay. What's the chance that this works? Trying to understand things, but love watching me build. Thank you. Yeah, it's obviously this is like near the end of a project, so there's like a lot of context type stuff that is going to be like hard to see, but it's still Rust. Okay, so I did get the not yet implemented. I didn't put like anything in like, hey, I'm about to write this to disk, but theoretically I should be able to now. Yeah, it can't go anywhere because I deleted everything beforehand. Okay, so let's go back to desktop. I go to get sample 3, go to get. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You're supposed to be a get directory. So I put this into desktop get sample 3. Okay, let me try this again. So that's we're gonna what did I do? I remove get sample 3. And then a cargo run clone to get sample 3. Okay, so if I do that, get sample 3. There's no get. Oh, there's no get here. Oh, well, that will cause a problem. Okay. So initialize get directory is didn't work, but I could swear it worked before. What did I do wrong? I did something wrong here. Okay, so we have init here. Here's our print line for initialize the directory. I take in a path and I push.get onto it. So first things first, let's debug what this path is. So I'm concerned that it's the path of where I am and not desktop get sample 3. No, look at that. Okay, path equals users, Brookzerker, desktop, get sample 3. That's perfect. That's exactly what I want it to be. Okay, now if I do an rm-rf, okay, get sample 3 is gone. That's good. So I should be able to cargo run this. So cargo run clone get sample 3 to get sample 3. So if I do that, here's get sample 3 now, get sample 3. It doesn't think it's not a get repo. Okay, so now the path that we got out of here, so from init line 4, users, bookseeker, desktop, get sample 3. Okay, that's exactly what I want. I push in a path get. So can you see this? Sort of. Just right above. It's like this stuff you can't really see because it's below Zilby. It makes me wonder if I should do this and pull you up. I can do that. I have some dead space down here, which I guess I could fill with some messages or something else. It's a little bit too bad because I feel like you're losing some space where like I can actually have with code. But if I lose the space, then it I guess it like we're all even, right? Okay, so we start with get sample 3 and then we add in .get. Okay, that makes sense. And then I create the directory and now I do unwrap here, but it's not crashing. Or is it? Thread main panicked on main RS line 53, result unwrap on an error value, no such file or directory. Uh-oh. So it might be one of these. Error creating .get directory. So let's just one by one find these until we figure out what it is. Okay, so it's still no such file or directory, so that's not that one. Then I create objects and I push objects to our path. And we're going to create objects. Then we're going to create refs. And then we're writing head info to refs. I expect it's one of these. Oh. Not yet implemented. Wait a second. But if you're not yet implemented, how is this not working? That should have a .get in it. Why doesn't it? I'm concerned. Why? No, don't do this to me. Did it like not save a bunch of stuff? Okay, wait, this time it was different. Because I forgot to do the remove. No. Okay, what's going on with this? So, do I have a race condition somehow? Maybe I do. Okay, the thread main panicked. So that's line 53. Which is on clone, that makes sense. Result unwrap on an error value. So one thing I can do is I could just go to where I have all the unwraps, and just say, fine, unwraps, you all become expecs now. Error decompressing. This is error. Oh, this is a test. I don't need any in a test, do I? The test unwraps are fine. So you're in a test, you're in a test, you're in a test. You're not in a test. This isn't main though. So this is error hashing object or error running hash object. I guess try adding a test that after cloning the directory gets checked for .git file. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could do that. I'm still confused about like why this one didn't do it. Or which unwrap it's I was really hoping, like, normally unwraps still give me the line number that's going on, but I guess the way I wrote this, it's just giving me the main line number, which is not helpful. Okay, so clone. So error running clone command. Oh, you think the issue is I'm using the question mark operator somewhere in the clone. Also, hello, Japfo. That's probably what it is. It's the question mark operator that auto bubbles up the errors. Oh, I need to handle it earlier to like get a message in, I guess. Or it's like, it's not, I'm not getting, no such value or directory. Yeah, okay. This is the problem of just using something like anyhow. Yeah, if you're using anyhow, I recommend using context without whenever you use the question mark operator. I can't remember, does error give context by default? Because I could swear that I normally got context when I did question mark. So I wonder if error does that for me. But because we're using anyhow this time, I'm not used to that. That's probably a good idea. That's a probably good idea. Yeah, so let's add that in. Let's continue on with this. There's no more unwraps here. So test, 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 test. Error creating folder, which, Yeah, okay. So I love that I put YOLO in here. That's fun. That's fun. Okay, no more there. Test, 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 test. Okay, then you're next. Now, you're actually... How did I get Zilby hair in? Okay, because I carried him up with me, I guess. Or down with me. All right, let's try this. Since I'm in something that returns a result, and it's an anyhow result. Can I do, okay, context, and then question mark. It's that order, right? It's a dot context and then question mark, or is it no? What do you want? Expected and oh, so this is like expect then. So I can just do this like error. What am I doing here? So I'm getting the metadata, creating the metadata, error getting directory metadata. That's what it is. Okay, that's cool. So if anywhere where I have first of all, get unwrap. None of those. Okay. And then, oh, this is not going to be fun. I'm going to do them one at a time then. Okay. Let's continue with this first. Test. Street. You don't return. Okay. Expect. You're opening file. Okay, so error pushing file name. Okay, so that's all view. So all the ones in utils are test now, I think. And cat file. Okay, so cat file is the last one. So error opening file. So this is error opening file for preprint. Oh, okay. Error extracting. Okay, no more of those. So now, and then no more of those. So now I should be able to do a global search for anytime I have a question mark. Okay, so here we are in utils, for example. it's not always going to be on a closed parentheses, right? Because sometimes it might be after and a wait, which sucks. And it might not also follow this. This is gonna be fun. Okay, so anywhere where I have to just manually search for this. So we're gonna do context, and this is gonna be error write all compress. Now I guess we know we can limit some of our things that we're looking for to things that we know is coming from clone. Specifically, okay, so we're not doing question mark in init. Create directory is working, but we can do this. So we can do context error creating directory. By the way, what are the plugins I'm using for Rust? Plugins? You mean like extensions for the editor, or like the crates that I'm using in this project? Oh, NeoVim plugin. So this is not NeoVim, this is Helix, which is an editor that's similar to NeoVim. It's a little bit simpler. It's also in alpha, beta. It's pre-release. So it's not fully there yet. And so therefore there's no plugin system for it. The what is it called? The editor, the LSP that I'm using is Rust Analyzer. And so I believe that if you install Rust Analyzer with NeoVim and maybe Rust formatting tool for NeoVim, you should get everything you need. But it's been a while. We did it like early last year. We did some stuff with Rust Analyzer with Rust with NeoVim, but I forgot everything that we did. So that doesn't help. Oh, you have okay. So I've never done NeoVim with Copilot, so I can't help you with that. It's fun when the bots fight, right? Okay, so I guess we'll add into all of these wherever we have a question mark. We'll add in a context. So context error. I guess I could just say context is like create directory. Oh, I literally already. Yeah, that would have been fun. Twisted Seed, hello. How are you doing today? Rust suggestions plus Copilot fighting for attention. Oh, that's fun. We did try Copilot back when it was in beta. When it was, I got into the beta and it was free to use. And we tried it for a little bit and it was not very good with Rust. I would assume it's gotten better because it's been like 2 years since then, but it's also, you know, they charge now for it. So I'm not going to pay for it. I don't really feel that I'm going to get the value for like what, $10 a month, however much it is. Okay, what was I doing again? Oh, right, we wanted to remove, and then we can cargo run this again and try it again. Now, this is interesting. So sometimes it works, and we get to this not yet implemented. Why is that? You found that Copilot adds triple quotes in Rust code. triple backticks or triple quotes? So like if it does something like, oh, like that kind of stuff in here, these, I know what that is. Okay. So in Rust, it is, you can do triple comment there, so triple backslash, and then this becomes a documentation. This is documentation comment, and then you can. This is legal to use Markdown in. So I can just say like, hey, like clone, clone function. I could put in like a double. This will clone a repo to the local disk. And then if I use triple backticks, it assumes that it's Rust code, so I don't need to like write Rust or anything. And I can now just write code. So I can say something like, I want to call clone. I want to hand it, oh, Zilby's gone. I want to hand it a URI. So like, HTTP github.com/blah, whatever. And then target directory. So like, blah, like that. We're going to await and question mark that. And when I build the docs, well, when I run the tests and or I build the docs, it will attempt to compile this code. The actual Rust compiler will attempt to compile this code. If it fails to compile, it will not build the docs, which is how, if you read the official docs, if you see any code examples, you know that they must work for that version of whatever it is that you're looking at. So it's really cool. I could definitely see that there's a problem here, which is that this is now in a source code, right? It's just documentation's in here with the actual code, and now Copilot knows that this is real code. It sees this probably a lot. So it probably thinks that this is valid. And so it just going to throw it into your code because it thinks that that's like, hey, this is how it works. So yeah, that totally makes sense. And that's going to be tough to train out of it because the source data that it's going to take it in from is not about to lose that. Like, we're not going to remove documentation just to make it better for Copilot. That's silly. You should never update your stuff for a tool. You should always update your tool for the stuff. People come first. Okay, so anyways, how do we get this? A quote. Yeah, I guess so. I don't have like a quote system. So I'm getting back to this not yet implemented. So that means let's I do have this to do here. I saved the disk, so that's this is our file hash. Which is a vec-v8. I guess I'll just return. I don't actually know if I need to return this. Let's just return like that. So that saves. If I run you again, there we go. Okay, so error running clone command. No such file or directory. Okay. Now, error running clone command. So if we search for that. Now, that is the one we put into main here. So error running clone command. So if we We have to go backwards to find somewhere where we have a question mark in here without a context. So there's the create directory. So we didn't see create directory, right? Just no such file or directory. In it, I believe we've thrown an expect onto everything here. So it's not that. Also because it was a question mark. So it's somewhere with a question mark in here. Okay, so we have discover references. So context. Okay, I'm not seeing. Okay, so do I have another? Where? Okay, so there's you. So with context, what are you? You're handling normal object type. Handling normal object type as tree. So this is as commit. This tag, right? Yeah, tag. We haven't seen any of those yet. That doesn't do anything. So this just crashes it because it panics. And this does the actual thing. We can add in a context here. So this is handling ref slash hash delta. And then we have our unreachable. And then I think, okay, so let's try this again. Oh, okay. So handling ref hash delta. Okay, so that context is starting to help and letting us dig deeper a little bit. Do you think I'll be good if you take JavaScript, TypeScript together with Rust? Tell me more. What do you mean by like together with Rust? Are you trying to like run Rust from JavaScript, TypeScript? Or the other way around, like run JavaScript, TypeScript from Rust? Or yeah, like how would they work together? Because obviously running Rust in the browser is not impossible, but you have to compile Rust into something like WebAssembly, and then you can call it from JavaScript, TypeScript, but there's some glue stuff you have to do to make that work, unless you're using like a framework of some kind. Okay, so handling ref hash delta. So handling ref hash delta. So okay, so we know that it's happening in here. So now we want to find. You don't need to be mutable. Okay. Now we want to find anywhere where we're using this. So I'm gonna do context. This is gonna be reading. Okay, so reading hash from cursed pack file. You are getting commit from cursor. This is creating pack file metadata. Reading type and size. Context, this is, okay, so reading blob. Ooh, you need to be in a quote. Reading blob data. Ad break starting in 5 minutes already? That does not feel like it's been an hour. Time flies when we're having fun, right? Saving to disk. Okay. So we have some more information here. Let's try this again. Let's see. Okay, like till now, I was a full stack dev with JavaScript and TypeScript, but he wants to use Rust for your backend. Okay, yeah, that's absolutely yes. So you're a full stack dev, so you sort of like understand how your front end is separated from your back end, and you're just using those API requests from the front end, from like somebody's browser, which is somewhere in the world, to your server, right? So that server doesn't really matter what technology it is. You can just make that whatever it is, whatever you want. And there's several choices for servers in Rust that you can choose from that are quite good. I'd say the most popular right now, and by popular I mean like used in the wild, like in the world, would be Actix Web. And then Axum is also pretty high up there. It is, however, updating quite quickly, and it's not 1.0 yet. If you're doing something that's like a learning project, Axum is a great choice. If you're familiar with something like Express, then Axum is like right up your alley, because it feels like Express if you've worked with it. Obviously, it's Rustified, so it's not like, you know, one-to-one, but it's very simple, and in the same way that Express is very simple. Plus, it works with Tower. It works with Tower middleware in almost the exact same way that Express works with Connect middleware. So if you like sort of know that entire ecosystem, it is a fairly easy mental model to wrap our heads around. What does git commit do? Git commit, I believe it does a request to the server and then gets this stuff. So it actually, like, I thought it was a commit they were getting, but apparently it's really git pack file. So it does a request and says, I want this commit, this hash thing. So previously it was like, give me this commit, and it gives me a pack file with that commit in it. And now apparently it's different. The hash that you got earlier is already in the pack. Interesting. Huh. Also, apparently, I now need to update all of these to be the same size. Why can't I resize you? Okay, there I can. Oh, so it's in the pack as a blob. Interesting. Why? Wait, so that does that? Huh. If it's in the commit as a blob, why are they also getting me it again as a ref? Or as a delta? That feels weird. I wonder then if I could just switch. Okay, hold on. So if instead of doing this, okay, so wait a second. So the first one I get is the first 20 bytes are the header, which with information about what I want to get. And then I can get another 21 bytes huh. So if I take the header and then it's this is a hash because it's a ref delta. Maybe I can just skip this. Okay, so let's I'm not gonna delete everything. We're just gonna comment you out because that's good programming. And let's move the cursor. So if I cursed pack file, oh, ad break just started. So sorry if you get a an ad. Now I want to set the position of the cursor, but that set it like I want to just move it to the right. I want to read, but I don't really care what I read. Okay, so let's just do this. Let's move it. We'll call this ignoring because we are ignoring it. You're going to be a U8, so 0, and then I want this to be 20 plus 21, right? 20 plus 21. I think that's right. You're planning for a streaming setup without FaceStream or something. What do I say? I mean, I say it's fine. It's, I guess if you want to get into streaming, one of the things to ask is like, why? Like, why do you want to get into streaming? And it's, there's going to be a ceiling that you can get to if you don't show your face. But if the why isn't like growth for that kind of thing, but is for something else, then like, okay, so like for example, Musean doesn't do a microphone and doesn't do a face cam. And Musean has like 45, 50 or so viewers at like, any one time, generally speaking. So I think like that, I would guess that that's around the cap that you would get without that. Togglerbit, for example, can have hundreds of people watching. CM Griffin can have hundreds of people who are watching. I'm not up there right now. There's, I think the stuff that I do is also not necessarily conducive for lots of people come in and watch it, but also there's things I can do to maybe like attract more of an audience. That being said, if you want to get started with it, then yeah, just like get started, and then you have to like decide what your limits are later on. Because like if it's, oh, I want to get more people, or I want to like chat with them, and people aren't like wanting to chat without seeing you, that could be, it's something you'll have to like decide at that point in time. Isitsu, have a good break. But it's absolutely correct. The learning curve with a community is amazing. That's really good. I first learned Rust on stream, and that was really nice because there's people that know what they're talking about who jump in and help out, which is huge. Okay, so if I don't want to set position. I would just want to read into this. So I'm doing cursor new where I'm starting at 20 in. So this is from Packfile Bytes. Now slicing off doesn't actually, it creates a new one, but the other stuff is still there. Okay, so just starting at 20, probably. Wait, is that correct? 20 has the header. And then I want to get another shoot. If you get stuck with something, people might come join and help. Absolutely, yeah. That's a really good use case for streaming, is like basically learning in public. Learning together. Okay, so I just want to read. Okay, so we're ignoring X bytes. We need to figure out how many we go. So we know that it's we know that we're starting here with 20, so we know it's at least 20. But then we go into read, type, and size, which you go in. Oh, because it's okay, so Scott, hello. How are you doing today? Also, the Discord channels are great. Mine is awesome, and so does Bunnyville. Bunnyville is great. Togglerbit has a really great community, and there's a lot of people in that community. There's way more discussion that happens there than in mine, but we're slowly growing. And so if it's one of those things where we do have, like if somebody posts a question, we usually get to it and are able to answer. And oftentimes when there's a question that happens overnight, somebody else comes in and answers it before I wake up and have a chance to even look at it. So thank you all for being part of this community. We're all learning together, and I think that's really awesome. Shoot. Okay, so the problem is that this is unknown. So that's great. So what okay. I don't think I can do this. I need to move through this to grab the thing, but maybe I don't save it to disk. Maybe I just read all this stuff. Maybe I just read all this stuff and then we just continue on. I just don't do anything with it. And then that way, from what Isitsu was saying, we'll get the blob later in the file. Okay, that already has the context. I don't need to add it again. Okay, this context, I already had a context. Oh, have I added context for all these? Let's see. That's another question mark. That has a context on it. That is an expect on it. That is a okay. So I have a context on it. I just don't do anything with this, which is fine. Okay. I tend to teach the beginners more than Togglebit, so the super nerds don't gather as much in my channel yet. Yeah, that is true. A lot of the courses that I've created are more geared towards beginners. Although I would love to say that I also add in some like middle level stuff. I don't have any senior level things in Rust though. There's plenty of people to watch that have like higher mid senior level stuff that I don't think that I can add to it at this point in time. Like I don't think I have any I think I would just be in pure competition as opposed to like a differentiator. Yet. Someday. Okay, so if I do this, we're not doing anything with these things. So I'll just ignore you. Now, if we run you, we initialize the Git directory, and then we panic at unreachable code on line 77. What? Object type unknown? Uh-oh. Object type unknown. Okay, so read type and size. So I get the object type, new object type and size. So I'm matching on one of these. So obviously it wasn't 1 through 7. So let's debug here. Creating object type. Object type. Object type of 0. You're doing good. You're about to continue reading chapter 7 in a Rust book. It only took you around 11 months of watching me and Togglebit and everything on YouTube to get to where you can understand a Rust book. Awesome. That's great. Yeah, I remember you reaching out earlier, and I'm really happy you're able to like make this progress and like continue moving forward. I know it can be frustrating, especially when like we're trying to help out and it's like just answering in text like in Discord is really hard to like. There's so often like the contexts are wrong, and we end up giving advice that like may not make sense to you in that exact moment, or maybe it's just like slightly wrong metaphor or something else, and we can't see a reaction to it, so we don't know if it hit or landed or not. So I'm happy that things are working out. Why did I just okay? We got 0. There is no object type 0. Invalid object type. So if you're an invalid object type, that means I didn't move the cursor enough. That's the only thing I can think of, right? So hold on, let's before we do, let's see, self unknown. Here we can do ePrint line. This can be error object type must be 1 through 7. Got object type, and then we'll return self unknown. Okay, so now when we run this, we should see there it is. Error object type must be 1 through 7, got 0. Huh. Did I enable togglebit.io in it knows that it's a URL. I'm kind of shocked that Nightbot enables that. Did I enable that a while ago? I must have, right? Links, options. Oh, no, I did not. Okay, well, you got lucky. I am going to. I wonder if it's because of the semicolon in there. That's probably what it is. So if I add in togglebit.io, I mean, I'm assuming that togglebit.io is actually like toggle bits, right? Yeah. That's cool. Togglebit.io is now whitelisted. So you should actually be able to post real links to togglebit.io, and that won't catch you. Okay. Why am I getting 0? Okay, so I'm getting 0 because in clone here, I'm clearly not moving this enough. But it kind of works. Yeah, the typo made him lucky. Yeah, it certainly did. Okay. Now, so I'm reading through this. Okay, so let's go over what we're doing here. So we're gonna get the hash out. And so curse pack file, we read the hash. We get the context. Okay, so we get the context. We encode that, and then I get the commit, which is another request out. And then everything I do after that is something else. Now I'm reading the blob from the pack file cursor. Okay. So if I just do this, where read that, so let's not do these things. I wonder if there's something else that I'm missing here. Like I need more than 20 bytes. I need 20. It should be 20 bytes. That should be fine. Why aren't you fine? So we got the hash. Okay, what happens after the hash? Like if we're looking at one of these normal objects. Okay, we figure out where we are in the position. We get an object. We create a new vector that's going to hold our decompressed object. We create a decoder. We read to end the decompressed object. We figure out, okay, how many we put in. And then we seek to that position plus, so, okay, where we were plus how many we just read in. And then I save that to disk. Am I just off by like 1 byte? I'm worried I'm like off by 1 byte. Oh, my jump's gone? Wait. Huh. I thought I saved my jump. I must have restarted something? Oh, here it is. Let's trying to use my cursor to do stuff is not a good idea. Okay, saved you, so now I can go back to this async function handle ref delta. Okay, what if I want to not read 20, but 21 bytes? Corrupt deflate stream. Error running clone command handling normal object type as a commit. Oh. The apply delta does more reading. The apply delta? You mean there's more stuff than just the hash in here. Also, welcome back, Asitsu. Okay, so now we come back to here. I need to find the hash delta. Oh, after the offset or hash of the base offset, both deltafied representations contain a zlib compressed stream. Literally the next thing, and I think we even like watched this, read through this initially. This sounds familiar. The stream starts the size of the base object, redundant, and the size of the new object. The rest of the compressed stream is a sequence of instructions for building the new object. There are 2 types of instructions. Oh, okay, so wait a second. So this is saying that it gives me the hash of a blob, tells me it's a delta, and then that I could go outside of it, but then just gives me the delta here, which is like in its entirety. Okay. But it's a blob. Why couldn't it just say it's a blob type? I don't know. I'm asking that because I don't know enough about like the whys of like how this works to really know why a delta and not just the full thing. Okay, so now we have the data bytes and then the offset and size. Okay, so Okay, so this is going to be more interesting than I thought. So I get the hash out. So we read the hash from the cursed pack file. And yay, we have you. After we have you, we get a zlib compressed stream. The stream starts the size of the base object and the size of the new object. The rest of the compressed stream is a sequence of instructions for building the new object. There are two types of instructions. Data bytes, so append this... okay, wait. So then after... the rest of the code... okay, so I need two sizes. So the next thing is getting two sizes which are in one... okay. But... hold on. Is the variable length... okay, so I need to figure out where the size is for this one, because this is read offset encoding, which is not the same thing. So my guess is the size is going to be what we have in here. No, wait. I don't think I have size in here, do I? Oh, we have the read type in size. Oh, that's in process pack file. Oh. So in read type in size. Okay, so I need this. So keep bits. Value. Okay, so the problem is it's not going to be type in size anymore. I just need the size. I just need read size, which kind of sucks. So what if I just do pub function read size? We'll have a pack file reader. And I just want a size, which should be a U size. Now, for the size, I need keep bytes value, so I need this resize encoding. So well, the size is keep bits, value, and then type byte size bits. So I want to keep bits. Okay, value equals. Okay, so I want to read size encoding. Pass the pack file reader. Context. In size coding. And then we're going to get the size. So this one I'm just going to return. I'll just do this way. Now we're going to keep bits, pass it in the value and the type byte size bits. Return OK size. So that should be okay. So I just separated it from here. Now, if I wanted to remove these, we have the value. Oh, but the value is used in these two places for object type and size. That kind of sucks. So if I just want to resize only, we're just going to use this one. This will be fine. It's fine. Everything's going to be fine. So I want to handle ref delta. Okay, so I get the hash. Okay, so we read the hash in, and the next one is I need to get the size of the base object. So base object size read size, and then pass in the cursed pack file. Let's debug one at a time, right? And just do this over and over again. So this is me handling ref delta, or I just call this base object size. Okay, so we get you. Repo URI, I don't need that right now. So I should get something that looks appropriate, right? Base object size 8. Cool. I don't know if that's right or wrong. It doesn't look right. It looks really small. But it didn't crash. Search the size of the base object and the size of the new object. Okay, so size the new object. So now I get the new object size. Okay, now I get the new object size in here. Okay, let's try this. New object size is 12. The data is compressed. You want to call that with the zlib decoder. Wait, the size is compressed too? Wait, so wouldn't it tell me, okay, so starts with the size of the base object, the redundant, and the size of the new object. The rest of the compressed, both delta-fied representations contain a zlib compressed stream. The stream, oh, it is compressed. Okay. So I have to now decompress it. It starts with a base object. Oh no. Okay, so I guess it's not oh no. We're going to have like an unknown amount of space. Huh. Okay. Now, I don't get the type and size properly, do I? I get the hash of what this is. I read that in. I can't do these. We're going to have to. Okay, you're also using read size encoding as that returns the size. Yeah, read size encoding returns the size, but I need to decompress first and then read the size. How did we do this before? We did this somewhere else. Was it down here? Yes, this is what we did. Okay, so we figure out what our current position is. We create a new vector. Oh, with the capacity of what the size is going to be. Ooh, do I get the size? Do I get the delta size? If I do, that would be great. So if I get that, let's try this. Let's debug ref hash delta size. Throw in the size there. Yeah, it says that size was redundant, which means that maybe this is the size that we have now for it. Ref hash delta size 8. Wait. Oh, wait, 12. Then 8. We got, okay, this ran twice. Okay, cool. So the first one is 12. So now I'm not using this URI anymore or the path. So let's pass in the size. I think they're U sizes, right? Type expected U size found U size. Okay, hold on. We can fix that. Okay, unused variable, so we're good to go there. Okay, so now we want to do the exact same thing that we did before. We want to create. I wonder if I want to move this into its own function then. To like decompress object. That kind of makes sense. But until then, let's just do this. I'm going to take our current position, decompressed object. We create a new decoder. We read to the end. We figure out how many got put in there. And then we seek this we then change our cursor and we seek to the new place. And then, okay, so I'm just going to do with those to begin with. Okay, so we have our current position. Okay, so with compress, we need our size. Okay, so we have our size. Decoder, cursed pack file. Why are you upset? Why can't I have this immutable reference to it? Why are you upset about this? Oh, cannot borrow you as mutable. Huh. Fine. Makes you happy. Decoder. Read to end. Decompressed object. Let count total in. And then seek this through. Okay, seek through. For reference, your first size was 1,311. Okay. So if I... Now, I haven't done anything with the decompressed object, but I'm assuming we're going to save it. Now, if I want to debug first, so our count is going to be count here. Let's see if that's 1311. We got 20. Also, you didn't crash. Why didn't you crash? Now I'm confused. Okay, so... Oh, right. Now call read size encoding and pass in the decoder. Which is 20 bytes? No, it's not decoder. Oh yeah, this... No, wait. It's the decompressed object, right? I pass that in. So... Yeah. Don't read to end. Just call it a decoder? Now I'm... Wait. Now I'm confusing myself. In read size encoding, you take in a cursor. Oh, it implements read. And the decoder implements read. So before I read to end, I want to get the size. Is that what it is? So if I do let, what was this? This is the redundant size. This is the old base object size. And this is read size encoding. We pass it the readers. This would be decoder. Okay, let's say I don't do this read to end then right now. which means I can't do the seek yet. But we'll get the let's just do a panic to end, because I don't want it to like continue on. What are you upset about? Decompressed object type. Oh, type annotations needed. Your bytes, right? So you're going to be a vec of U8. So if I run you, base object size 1311. Okay, that's what you got. Okay, all right. So then we do it again. So this is new object size. Then we do read size encoding. Pass it in the decoder. Okay, then we get the new object size. Is also 1311, which is, you know, the, okay, redundant. The vec capacity needs to be the new object size here. Okay. Okay, so now I have new object size. So, now decompressed object, I'm not using it, right? Unused. Okay, so now we're going to create you. You should figure out what you are. So we're going to remove you, and then you're going to be the new object size. Okay. Now I want to read to end. So because now it's the thing, right? The rest of the compressed tree and sequence of instructions for building the new object. Data bytes, append the specified bytes to the new object. The next bit is complicated. Everything's been complicated so far, which is, I mean, it's good. We're learning a lot. It is funny though when we say the next part is complicated in the middle of something that's complicated, because that just, all that really means is we're ramping up the complication like every time. The instructions are distinguished by the upper bit of their first byte. A data instruction starts with a 0 bit, while a copy instruction starts with a 1. In a data instruction, the remaining 7 bit. Okay, so I need to. I need to get the first byte of this and figure it out. If you thought this bit was complicated, just you wait. Exactly. And especially the bit part is great, because that's exactly what it is. Reads a single delta instruction from a stream and appends the relevant bytes to result. Returns whether the delta stream still had an instruction. Okay, so read bytes. So we get the thing with the stream. Okay, instruction. Get the instruction. If the instruction is true, complicated is our middle name. At least it's only complicated, right? If it was also complex, that would be more issues, more fun for us to work with. If instruction and copy construction flag is 0. If this code was a Facebook relationship status, the ad type stuff, even if I made the ads go away, I don't think this would make this wider, right? That'd be really awesome. Okay, what are you? Nope, that didn't make you any wider. You still have stuff over here? No. Oh, okay. Oh. Cool. Fixed it. All right, that changed the site. That changed where I was in here, which is fun. Oh, right. Here's the, okay, so here's the apply delta instruction. Boy, okay. So my understanding of this is that the first thing we do is we figure out what the instruction is. So the instructions are distinguished by the upper bit of their first byte. A data instruction starts with a 0, while a copy instruction starts with a 1. In a data instruction, the remaining 7 bits indicate the number of data bytes that follow. A copy instruction is followed by an offset up to 4 bytes and a size up to 3 bytes to copy in the base object. The lower 7 bits in the instruction byte indicate which of these offset and size bytes are present. For example, consider this copy instruction. So it's an array, and we have the copy instruction. And so, okay, so it starts with that one. So the copy instruction, only byte 0 of size, only byte 0 of size is provided. Only bytes 0 and 2, okay, so like 0, 1, 2. So only byte 0 of size is provided. Only bytes 0 and 2 of offset are provided. And then we have offset, offset, size. Okay, so it's size and then offset. So this is saying we get only byte 0 and 2 of offset are provided. So 0 and 2, right? So 0. Oh, okay. Offset 0 and offset 2. So it skips offset 1 because it's just 1, 0, 1 instead of 1, 1, 1. And then the size, and then okay, in case we had multiple bytes of size, because it could be really, really big and therefore need multiple bytes. So much fun. Okay, so we're going to do read partial. So reads an integer of up to bytes. Present bytes indicates which bytes are provided. The others are 0. Read partial int. So this takes in something that implements read, which is going to be our stream, which is going to be our decoder. Oh, ad block starts in 5 minutes. Perfect. I'll probably take another break during that time because I skipped the last one. And then Zilby left us. I don't know if he wants to come back down here or not. He didn't hang out very long last time. Okay, so we start with value 0. For byte index in 0 through bytes, with bytes being a U8 that we pass in. Okay, so hold on. It's read delta instruction. So this reads read partial int. Right? Right down here. Okay. Oh, the copy instruction. Okay. Reads a single delta instruction from a stream and appends the relevant bytes to result. Returns whether the delta stream still had instructions. So we're going to return we're going to have a result here, which is just a vector. Okay, so a vector of bytes. So it's going to be the data. Okay, so this is going to be the actual blob in here. Okay. This is what I want to write in. I'm going to move this over to the left. And we are going to throw this in. I'm thinking I'm going to put this into process pack file because everything in here is implemented from this. So continuing on with this stuff. So we're going to have a pub function, apply delta instruction. So we're going to take in something that implements read. Okay, so we're going to have our stream, which is a mute reader. We're going to have a base, which is an array slice of bytes. And then we have our result, which is a mutable reference. Now, interesting. So this is a mutable reference to a vector itself, which is, I guess that makes sense. So I can use the vector stuff on it, of bytes. And we're going to return a result with a Boolean in it. Okay. So our first thing we do, check if the stream has ended, meaning a new object is done. So instruction, match on read bytes. Oh, I don't have read bytes. Uh-oh. Okay, so now I need to go up until I find where they had read bytes. There it is. Okay, read bytes. The first thing we do is check if the stream has ended. I thought we were talking about a different stream for a moment there. Yeah, It's context, right? Oh, and then this includes a const and usize. Stream mute r. We're going to return a result with a, oh, that's why I do that. It's a, okay. So do that. Let mute our bytes. They're going to be equal to, so we're going to initialize them to an that. We want to stream read exact. And then we have our, the number of bytes. Okay, so read exact into the bytes. And then we're going to turn okay, and the bytes. Yes. Okay, so read bytes. We're going to pass it into stream. And I need to pass it in. This is called apply delta instruction. Okay, so read bytes. How big was this? How does it? Okay. I don't remember how it knows that. Oh, ad break just started. Okay. I'm going to leave this here in a broken state because broken states make it easy to figure out where you're going to continue on. All right. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, 3-minute break, something like that, between 3 and 5 minutes. And I will be back to continue working on this. So I'll see you in a couple minutes. All right, I'm back, and I brought Zilby with me again. You wanna hang out here? He's checking out the microphone. I know, he is super cute. He's not purring right now, so there's nothing that you could hear. All right, you wanna hang out in your spot? All right, we'll see how long he hangs out this time. Okay. You really love the cam I gave him? Thank you. Yeah, I bought an extra camera of like the same quality for my face cam, so that way we can watch Zilby in high quality. I wish that I could have it more taller than wide. I bet there's something I can do to figure that out, because like he sometimes does sit up like this and you only get part of him. Or maybe like a better tripod, like looking down at him or something, but I don't know. Like I almost feel I need something dynamic of like a camera moving around constantly, but that's way too much engineering work to do, or way too expensive to buy for like a pre-made product. Yeah, like it really depends. Like I almost feel like I need like 5 cameras, and then I can choose which one to watch from the right, based upon the angle that he's at. But I don't have a system that could even handle 5 cameras. Like the desktop's already overwhelmed by the number of USB things I have going into it. Okay, where were we? Match read bytes. Okay, so we have match read bytes stream. Okay, so then we have, you don't know what this is because, wait a second, read bytes returns a result. Oh, they're actually doing this with OK. Oh, I see. Okay, so we have OK. Instruction. So we're going to return the instruction out like that. If it's an error, we have the error if error dot kind. Ooh, but I can't. Okay, this can't be. You're gonna have to be a specific result, aren't you? So you have to be a standard IO result, I think. Okay, so if error.kind is equal to error kind, unexpected EOF, then in that case, I want to just return OK false. So OK false. Otherwise, if it's an error like that, we're just going to return an error. We grab you out. Okay, so now we have our instruction bit, or we've returned early. The desktop, everything, every time you turn on will say, ah, there we go again. Yeah, exactly. I do sometimes wonder how other either streamers do it, where they have lots of cameras, or like professional studios. But I don't want to like have to buy really expensive equipment for this. That doesn't seem like it's a good idea. Or It doesn't seem like a good use of my money. Yeah, maybe someday. Okay, so that's our instruction. All right, so let's do this one at a time, right? I just want to debug. This is the instruction. Instruction, and then also let's panic. Ooh, mismatch types, error, and anyhow have some, oh, because this is a different type of error. Ooh, can I like convert it into that kind of error? Oh yeah, I can. Just that. That's fine. This is not a beer. This is a plant power. So it's basically just a green tea energy drink. It's a sugar-free green tea energy drink. That's it. With a few other things in it. But I generally try to, like, when I drink whatever caffeine things that I drink in, I try to make sure they're more tea based rather than caffeine from like artificial caffeine, right? Which doesn't work well with my body. I found that out a while ago. Okay. Instruction you ate. Okay. Instruction. Then we panic. Okay, so if we come here, ooh. Right, type annotations needed. Okay, so I get our size. I guess I want this thing, and we're going to read it into there, right? So I want to apply delta instruction. Then we have our stream, a base, and result. The stream is going to be the decoder. The base I don't know what base is. Wait, what's base? Base is the blob object itself, but we don't have it. Wait, now I'm confused. I only have the hash of the base object. Huh. And I'm seeing it reference the base, but I don't see where it gets the base. The article reads it from the file system. You stored it when you found it in the pack. Huh. Wait. So you're reading it from the file system, but I don't have it. Because I'm starting from 0. I don't have anything in the file system to get. Oh, the example isn't specifically about cloning, so it is different. Oh no. Okay, so we have to go off the beaten path and do our own thing. We have to figure out what they're doing. Oh, Suyash, it's 1:12 a.m. Oh yeah, that sounds pretty late. Well, thank you for hanging out and stopping by, saying hi, and I hope that you have a great rest of your night. I get the object earlier in a pack. Do I get that object earlier in a pack? I don't think I did, right? I did, huh? Hmm. So I need to figure out what it was that I got based on. Now, is the hash that I got... See, object struct and a hash method in the file. Oh. Well, there's too many. Is this the object struct? Ooh, okay. Right, so then we have the different types in here. Now, what's interesting is that I might have it. In handle normal object type. Okay, so we get our position. We read the compressed bits based upon the size that's coming in. Oh, and I immediately save it to disk. Okay, I immediately save this to disk. Now, if we put a debug in here, saving to disk. Now I'm curious. If we run U, do I save anything to the disk here? I am. Okay. And I got some, okay, so I got some hashes. Save a bunch of things to disk. Okay, that's good. Let's also... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. One of these might be the hash that we're looking for. Okay, that's good. There's a bunch of them that we got through. Oh, that's pretty good. Now, I need to... The hash that you're looking for is in another castle. It's in another pack file. I mean, we actually know how to get it from another pack file, so Ironically, it might actually be easier for me to just grab it. So I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. I just randomly interpret them. Well, that's fine. That's how we go. That's how we do. Okay, so if I get this hash, let's then debug. Okay, so I read into the hash. Okay, so let's debug. Handling ref delta for hash. Okay. Why do I keep on forgetting to encode it? Okay, handling ref delta for hash 614A. I guess we could just do, because encoding is the devil. I don't know if that's exactly why I forget to do it, but it's a good enough excuse for it, right? 614A4A. So if we find this in this list here, it's in the first blob. There it is. 614A4A. Oh. Okay. So okay, so I'm saving to disk with hash. Now I'm saving that to disk. Is that really saving? Because there's no .git being created here. I can't help but feel that this really saved to here. So what is this 614? Well, I have it right here. 614A. So if I do git cat file -p 614A. ls.git objects 61. Okay, so it didn't get written down here. Where did you write to? Where are you going? Esitsu, thank you so much for the help, and have a great rest of your day. Yeah, I can work until 2 p.m. today. So I've got about an hour left in stream before I have to go. Which maybe, yeah, I'll probably, here, let me snooze. Let me do the 3 snoozes now, which will give me an extra 15 minutes, which is about to the hour mark before the next series of ads run. So right before the next series of ads run, I'm going to end. That's going to be what I'm going to do. Cool. Okay, ad starts in 50 minutes. We have 50 minutes to at least make some progress. I guess we've made some progress today. Some further progress. I think what Asitsu was saying was correct, though, is that I might want to not just okay, so I save this. What am I doing? I'm handling the normal object, and then I'm returning. Oh, okay. So what if we do the same thing that Tsutsu was saying? We store this in a hash map. And so when we save the disk, with the commit, which is this thing, that would be great, right? So I need to take in a hash map of some kind. So we need to up here create a outside the loop. This is going to be a object. So get objects. Yeah, we'll call this get objects. This will be a hash map new. And you're going to need to know the types that are going to go into this. Your type is going to be hash map. Our key is going to be, we could just do the string hex. So I might just do this as a string. It's not going to be as efficient as if I did this as maybe just the U8. That might work too. And then the value would be probably just the bytes then. Would I want this turn this into a vector? Probably, because I won't be able to tell HashMap how big it's going to be. So let's just make this a vector of U8s, and we'll own it. We'll give it ownership. So now in handle normal object type, we'll take in the get objects, which is going to be a mutable reference to the hash map. So this will be the... Now, do I already have this as a string? I don't think I do. What if I actually do this as a vec of U8? Maybe that would work as the key, and then the value is another vec of U8. Okay, and so we get, after we save to disk, we get this out, and so we're going to get objects. So insert in, I want the hash, which we're gonna have to clone, and then I want the value, which is gonna be the commit. And then we return this hash. Okay, now you're going to be upset because inside of here, we have to pass in the get objects. Like that. Why are you upset? Oh, right. Now I don't have to tell you what type you are anymore, because you will figure it out. Okay. Now we just have some warnings. Let's get rid of those. Handle ref delta. Okay. Okay, current cursed pack file position. I'm not using that. And then you're unreachable. That's okay because we're panicking on purpose. All right, so okay, I need the objects in here. I guess instead of size like this, let's take in the objects. So get objects. I don't think I need this to be mutable anymore. I think this can just be a reference to it. You will now be get objects. Now, we got the hash out here. It's not, oh, this is the base. This is the base. So now we're going to do, okay, so our base is now going to be get objects. We're going to get the hash is this U8 20s. That's fine. Turn that into a vector. Why are you upset? Expected unknown. Okay. Expect unable. Okay, so don't have get object with hash. Just do that. Oh, expected a reference. Oh. Okay, that works. So then we have our base. So let's debug this. So we debug, this is handling ref delta got base base. Wait, this is the full object. Base of like, I don't know, the first number. I don't want the entire thing here. Okay, so we have our size 12, handling ref delta for hash. Okay, so we have our hash, and then got base zeros. Okay, so we got the base. Okay. All right. Okay. Excellent. So back to you. You taken a base, which is that. So apply delta instruction. Our base is going to be just a reference to base. And the decompressed object is going to be this. So with the capacity, so then this is a mutable decompressed object. Right, okay, so then you have okay, so context, this is applying delta instruction. Now you're going to give me back more. So like is more or something like that. And then we're gonna have to loop through this, aren't we? So really this is like while is more is false. Okay, so let's run this through one time, and then we'll take a look at what we have in our decompressed object. So debug decompressed object is decompressed object. Now this is probably a lot, and then we can also do a debug is more. Okay, so oh, we panic before we get anything back from there. So in our process pack file, I panic here. So we get our instruction, which is 144, which, oh, I can't do this here. Instruction, if I change this to just like a print line, instruction, I want B, I think. There. Instruction like that. So this is a 1 right here. So that lets us know it's a copy. Right? Because it's a 1 if it's a copy. Copy instruction starts with a 1. And then we have our, then the next three are size. So we have 1 of size, and then no, we have no offsets. Okay. Good to know. So that's our instruction that we got out. If the instruction and copy instruction, okay, so now we're going to start doing this. So if instruction and we don't have a copy instruction, so we have to do this. It's a U8, right? Yeah, copy instruction flag is U8 is equal to 1, bit shift left by 7, so it's the farthest left one. Okay, so if we have instruction, so if this is not 0 and oh, it's a single and, it's not and. So and the 1s are at the same place. So copy instruction flag is equal to 0. So if we take our instruction and then we compare the 1s in them, if that's equal to 0, okay, then we know it's a data instruction. So this is a data instruction. Else, this is a copy instruction. So we don't have a data instruction, so I'm just going to go ahead and panic. Let's panic with a message of unimplemented. unimplemented, haven't implemented data instructions yet. We are working. Okay. You're happy? Coffee drinker, hello. How are you doing today? Okay, coffee. Okay, so else we're in a copy instruction. Okay. Xeronox, hello. How are you doing? Okay, so let mute non-zero bytes equals the instruction. Okay, so we're gonna non-zero bytes is instruction. Okay, so we copy the instruction into the non-zero bytes. And then we're gonna get an offset. So read partial. Oh, but we don't have a read partial int yet. We have to create that. Which we'll do it right up here. Coffee, you're doing good. You just got back from a run. Nice. It has been snowy and cold here, so I don't want to be outside when I can be. But in the spring and summer, I generally like to go outside for at the very least walks, and I want to get back into jogging. I haven't done that in a long time. Xeronox, you're doing all right. You just finished Rising. Your Arch install 30 minutes ago. No idea what to do now. Well, I mean, that more Arch stuff. I guess it depends upon what you want to do with it, right? Okay, so we have our stream. We have our bytes. It's gonna be U8, and then a present bytes, which is also immutable U8. Just a single byte. Interesting that they call it present bytes. Okay. And then we'll return a result of a usize. Okay. We have let mute. So we start with a value and set that equal to 0. Then we're going to loop through. Okay, so for our byte index in, so we loop through the 0 through, okay, the number of bytes that we have. Use 1 bit of present bytes to determine if the byte exists. All right, so some bit shifting stuff. So if our byte index and what's the right word for and when it's just like that single and? It's not like bit and or something. Bitwise and? I don't remember what it is. So and 1 is not equal to 0. Then wait, I did this wrong. Not byte index, this is present bytes. So we need to dereference our present bytes so it's just the actual value. So present bytes and 1. Okay. AB God, hello. I wish that Twitch had a translate. What is that? Okay, just a bitwise and is. I'm kind of surprised that it's not something else. Okay, what is the best library for dependency injection, tsyringe or Inversify? I've not used either of those I've not really done any libraries for dependency injection. I don't know why. Maybe I'm old school. I tend to, when I do dependency injection, just do it myself. Just like create some structs and some traits that wrap around whatever I'm going to inject in, and then just inject that in myself. I don't really use any frameworks for it, if that makes sense. So unfortunately, I can't tell you. Or rather, unfortunately, I don't have any opinions on the matter. So sorry about that. Okay, so if the present bytes bitwise and 1 is not equal to 0, then I'm gonna, okay, then I want to read bytes from the stream so that we destructure a single byte out of the result of read bytes. So I'm going to read 1 byte out. So read bytes stream context reading bytes, basically just reading 1 byte. Oh, and then we're going to do a bit shift. It's not a bit shift. I'm going to do our value bitwise or bitwise or equals. Man, it's been when I did the ECS. Oh, Sophie's not been here for a long time. I don't need to have the camera up. When we did the ECS system, I had to learn all this stuff, and then I've forgotten it. Okay, so we have our byte as a usize. Okay, and that's going to bit shift left the byte index times 8. Okay. That's the end of this if. And then, okay, so in the loop, if it's regardless if the present bytes bitwise and with 1 is not equal to 0 or not, then we're going to bit shift right 1. So we have our present bytes like that. And then we're going to return an okay and the value at the end. Okay, so that gives us read partial int. So back to apply delta instruction. Nope. Nope. Take me back. Yeah, there we go. Okay, where were we here? We're in the else. So offset equals, okay, so we have our read partial int. Read partial int. We pass into stream, which is going to be the stream. Oh, come on. Tell me more. The byte, okay, the bytes. Now, the bytes here is, oh, we need a new constant, which is going to be copy size bytes. Which is 3. Okay, and then our present bytes is going to be non-zero bytes. Where did I get the non-zero bytes, the instruction. Wait, where did I put that? Oh, else. Yeah, the non-zero bytes. So the instruction that I copied off. So we're going to pass in a mutable reference. That's why I copied it off, because I'm about to mutate it. So non-zero bytes. Okay, so context, we are reading partial int Okay, that gives me an offset. So we're doing one change and then we're good. Then we're good. So we're gonna panic. With the offset. Oh, come on. Oh, it must be a string literal. Okay, fine. Gonna debug. Offset. 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 Thank you. No such file or directory. Wait, what? Why are you no such file or directory? Okay, now you're good. Okay, I don't know what I did wrong. But all right, so our offset is 0 this time, okay? Oh my gosh. If size is 0, copying 0 bytes doesn't make sense. So Git assumes a different size. Copy 0 size is that. Oh, of course. Okay, so copy 0 size is a U size. 0x1, just 4 zeros. Okay, so we're in the else. We got the offset. Oh, then next up was we need a size. So offset is 0. Then we're going to get the size. So that our size. Now we're going to do another read partial int. Pass it the stream. Pass it the copy size bytes. Pass it mutable reference to the non-zero bytes. Okay, so now, with the context. So getting in size. I guess this one is getting offset. Okay, so our size. Okay, so the offset is 0, but the size is 45,312 bytes. I assume that this is size in bytes. Welcome back, Asitsu. I'm able to stay online. I have to leave at 2 p.m. today, so I have half an hour or so left. A little bit more than half an hour. But okay, so we got the size. Now I don't have a 0 size yet, but of course it's weird, right? Because there might be, okay, so we have to handle, so if, that's why this needs to be mute, right? So if size is equal to 0. Now, isn't there like if size is 0? I thought there was like an is. Okay, I guess not. So if size is equal to 0, we want to set the size equal to copy 0 size. Oh, your offset is offset? Offset is, oh, copy. Oh, yeah, copy offset bytes. Which apparently I didn't create, so that's a thing. Const copy offset bytes. You're a U8. You're 4. Right, that's what we saw before. Copy offset bytes. Okay, thank you, Itsutu. You just came back to let me know that I'm doing it wrong, which is much appreciated. Okay, if size equals 0, size equal copy 0 size. All right. Then, okay, so we have our offset, we have our size. Oh, so this might be different now. So hold on, let's now see. Okay, our size is now 177 and our offset is 0. Okay, so that changed it. Copy bytes from the base object. So now we're going to start copying bytes. So we have our base data. Oh, so base is the thing that we're getting in. Okay, so I am, interesting. So this is based upon something else. All right, based on. So we have our base data. So we have base that get. Okay, so before we do any of that, I want to actually take a look at what we have our base coming in here. So here's our base. Albert, you finished your shell. You have unbroken your Podman setup and you're happy for the day. Excellent. That sounds good. Sounds like a lot of progress. Okay, so base get object. Okay, so oh, Podman was broken by SE Linux. Yeah, SE Linux. I don't know if it's like better now, but I remember back in the day it broke everything. Okay, so if I want to just debug out the base, so let's do our base. I don't want to hex to string it. I want to actually string from. So string from UTF-8 the base. Oh, expected. Okay, fine. To owned. I probably don't need to give context to that one. I just want to see what the bases to see like if it's what I think it is. I think it's the full. Yes, this is the full blob. Okay, so we have the full blob here, which is like import random, import OS. Okay, so it's actually a file. Like it's import random, import OS, import. This looks like Python. That looks suspicious like Python. Okay, so that's good. So we have basically bytes that are the full file. So that is our base that we're passing in. Then where am I? What am I doing? In our process pack file. Okay, so we know that the base is that full file, right? So we want to copy bytes from the base object. So we want our new base data. So we're gonna do base, and we're gonna get, and we have our offset. So get a slice essentially from offset through offset plus size. Now what's interesting is that they do an okay or else, because this gives us an option here. Now, okay or else, we want to make an error, invalid. Okay, so we're gonna do, nope, stop. I want to, okay or else is fine. I want to probably bail, and we'll just say invalid okay, so invalid copy instruction. And then like that. The trait bound result, error is not satisfied. What? Oh, can I, oh, it's not error, it's not bail. It's error. I want the anyhow error. Oh, new. Can I just do copy instruction? Oh, well, anyhow, will that actually create an error? That'd probably be better. Although, let's see. Let's try that. Anyhow, ooh, let's try that. Anyhow, invalid copy instruction. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I've not been doing it on options. I've been doing it on results, and I got an option this time. Wait, would context? Okay, hold on. Does that? Oh, it turns it into a result. Oh, okay, even better. I like it. Much better. I didn't realize that context would convert an option to a result, which is really nice. Okay, so we have our base data now. And then I want to, okay, so result extend from slice. So we want to now take this result, not the one we're returning, the result that we're building together, and I want to extend from slice this base data. So do result, extend from slice the base data. Okay, so I don't need you anymore. You do your thing, and then we're going to return an okay true, because I think we're done. So apply delta instruction. So coming back down here, we now see apply delta instruction. We have our decompressed object that we're building. We have our base, which is that thing that we previously got. We have our decoder. We grab you. And so let's remove some of these debugs. And I want, okay, is more. Wait. Why is this hard coding true? This hard code's true in here. When is it false? Oh, it's because of unexpected return of end of file. So it's always this. So, okay. Okay, so if I run this once through, which this is, I just run this once through, I should be able to debug. So that's debug is more. And let's also debug the decompressed object. Except I want to string from this too. So string from UTF-8. You need the full thing, right? So decompressed object, to owned that. Okay, so string from UTF-8. So this is what we start with. So this is our base. So let's actually remove some of these other debugs that we have. I don't need that. Okay, so I just want the ismore. I just want that. And that's what I got right now. Okay, so we have our ismore, true. We have more things to do. And then so we're grabbing, okay, blob 1311. Import random. Okay, so we have the import, and then, oh, yep. So it is partial of what this blob is going to be, but we don't have the full thing yet. So theoretically, we want to continue running this until it's no more. So while can I convert you to a while loop? So while apply delta instruction while not. So while not oh, I don't want to do anything in this loop, do I? I just want to run this over and over again. So let's do this. Let's just do a loop. Let ismore equals to that. Then, okay, so we get you ismore. if not is more, we break. So we're going to continue in here until the very end. Otherwise we continue. We don't have an is more in here anymore. And now we should have the full file out here. All right. So it's only 1:38. But ad break starts in 5 minutes. I've already done all of my snoozes, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and bring it to a close around 5 minutes or so. But I want to run this and see if it works. I have a little bit of time as a backlash. No, I have a little bit of time as a buffer in case this doesn't work and we have to fix it for 15 minutes or so. But let's try it. Maybe this will just work first try. It did not. We panicked. Not implemented. Not implemented. Haven't implemented data instruction yet. Oh, okay. So it kind of worked. So this. Haven't implemented data instruction yet. So we need to implement data instruction. Oh, this is not very much. We might be able to do this really quickly. Although the ads might play while I'm doing this. So I'm sorry that we're ending very shortly after ads. I've already snoozed them as much as I can. Okay, so I want if instruction. Okay, so we do that thing. So, okay, if instruction, if you're 0, appending 0 bytes doesn't make sense, so get disallows it. So this returns error, make error. Okay, so I want to bail at this point in time, and this is invalid data instruction. Otherwise, we want to append the provided bytes. So we're going to take, okay, we're going to create a new data. Which is going to be a new vector with 0, and then we're going to make it the size of instruction as a usize. We're going to read exact from the stream. So stream read exact into mute data. Reading data. And then I want to result. Okay, so then we extend. So result, extend from slice the data. That should give us that no more error. Error running clone command handling ref hash delta. Wait. Invalid data invalid data instruction. Uh-oh. Ooh. So we got this, did we? So debug got bad instruction. Sad face. I believe that's what we got, right? Yep, right here. Got bad instruction. So that's not great. So if I were, okay, so yeah, that's returning an error out of it. So, huh. we're gonna have to figure out what this is. Smurt dog, Smur.dog. Hello, how are you doing today? I hope that you just didn't get hit with ads. Sorry about that if you did. But yeah, this is fun. SMR dog GG. Okay, I'll try to remember that. All right, so yeah, we've been working on building this Git from build our own Git, not really Git from scratch, but in Rust, and we're using code crafters. And the final step here is the doing an actual clone from GitHub, which is the hardest one, and it is definitely kicking our butts. We're using a guide that we found online here from dev.to, which is really helpful. Thank you, Coffee Drinker, for that. Yeah, so Code Crafters is a really cool sort of like project challenge site, and they partnered with me. They gave me free access to it, and that link there, if you're liking what you've seen, if you want to try this challenge out yourself or any of the other challenges, then that link would allow you to purchase it and support the channel. Okay, so I, unfortunately, as I sort of mentioned, have to head out pretty soon. So I don't think I have time to like really debug fully what's going on here. Clearly, if my instruction is empty, that's not working. So clearly I have a bug somewhere in the code. And now we saw previously that I had accidentally used the wrong const before. So I bet I did the same thing here. Like either the copy instruction flag is wrong. So yeah, this is copy instruction flag. And if we go and take a look at it, copy instruction flag is this 1 bit shift left by 7. But that's okay. That's what I have there. So that's fine. So there's something else clearly that I'm doing wrong. It could be the base that I'm getting, although I think that's correct. It could be in read bytes. I'm getting the instruction out. Also, I just sort of assumed that I just call this multiple times. So quite possibly this is the problem. So yeah, I'll have to play around with it and take a look. All right, welcome back, everybody. Sorry about the last ad block before we end. But I think we do have to bring it to an end because I have to get ready for my day job, that job that I work on Fridays. There's a meeting that I have to be at in a short while, and I want to prepare for that. We're figuring out SOC 2 stuff, which is I was taking a look into that back in November, December, and it looks like we're gonna pull the trigger on actually moving towards that, which is gonna be fun. Crush that meeting. Thank you. Yeah, I'm the technical expert that's gonna be going into it. So I need to actually like know. I know the architecture and I know everything else. I need to come up with my list of questions and other things to ask the SOC 2 experts who I'm meeting with to like work with that. And I don't know if you're all like sort of up on the business side of like how things work. There's fractional C-level people are all the rage these days in the business world, like specifically fractional CTOs, which is basically like your company hiring a part-time contract CTO, which like initially when I first thought about it, was like, oh, that's stupid. Why would you like contract out that role? But then the more I thought about it, the more is like, yeah, you really shouldn't as a startup be needing to hire all these C-levels full-time and pay them a huge amount of money fractional does kind of make sense, at least if they're good. And so this that I'm is kind of like a freelance. It is super interesting. So this person I'm working at, that I'm meeting with, is a fractional CISO, CISO, which is like, again, another really interesting thing. To me, it's almost like it allows a startup to punch way above their weight class as a business, right? Because now they can hire a CISO without hiring a CISO. And you can pay them a fraction of what it would cost to actually have someone who has experience, and they'll essentially consult for, like, 20 hours a month, 10 hours a month, or something like that. Your company has 3 CISOs? Huh. That's a lot. They get 90% of the value for like 20% of how much they cost. I would guess it's probably somewhere around like the 75 to 80% without having actually worked with any of them before. But oftentimes oftentimes you need like a CISO at the beginning of a project, like when you want to set something up, and then once things are flowing, you only need the CISO for maintenance type stuff. It's like, oh, can you like validate, or we have some questions for you, or something like that. Like once some training goes on and your like developers know the security stuff, assuming that your developers are going to actually follow the recommendations, and you like set up a lot of automation tools, you don't really need them full time anymore, at least if there's only one project. It's like, I think it's only if you're spinning up a whole bunch of projects and you're constantly like adding new things up, that's probably when you need a CISO on staff. I personally am of the opinion that most companies overhire in the executive department. But of course, I've worked mostly with startups in the past, and my knowledge is in that realm. We just need their necks if things go wrong. I read an article. I didn't save it. I really wanted to. I was like, oh, this will stay at my thing, and I'll find it later. And then it completely disappeared, and I lost it. It was like either Harvard or MIT did a study where they looked at all of the return to offices, and then they looked at how the companies were doing, or at least were trying to find out, especially if they're private, because you don't get that information. And what they found was, if a company is not doing well, especially around that quarterly report where they have to like announce out like, oh yeah, we totally didn't match our numbers, they do a hard return to office and then potentially layoffs right after that. So layoffs, return to office, and a bad quarterly report all go together, all match up. And their thesis of the study was that the return to office is a blaming of the developers. And yeah, basically it's blame the developers or somebody else. Force them to return to office to say like, look, we let them do all, even though all evidence is that remote is like just as productive, if not more. So I don't think it's that they want to see everyone working. I think it's hey, board of directors, it's not our fault. It's those other people's fault, and they're throwing their own employees under the bus. That was the thesis of the argument. I can't really say I disagree with that. Blame the devs when it goes wrong, praise marketing when it goes right. All right. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and thank you for that, SMR. And also, I need, I'm getting some pings for help. So I'm going to go and do that. Everybody, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I will see you next time. Bye.